This is a good pitch. This is a very good pitch, early signs. Another boundary. What a rollicking start this is for England.
Yeah, they already have a whole host of injuries, New Zealand. They don't want another one. We often see these on grounds which have been relayed, or the outfields that have been laid, that it's just a little bit soft and you get your knee stuck in. Just got to be careful sliding here. Watch that knee. Oh, the right knee gets stuck in. It's Conway. I'll lose anyone, but Devon Conway is going to be so important to New Zealand. He looks all right.
And a dot. A rare dot. England start with a bang. It's 12 for none.
पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर।
पाकिस्तान जितने खाने बनाता है, नया ब्राइट उतने ही दाग मिटाता है।
क्योंकि नए ब्राइट का बेस्ट एवर फॉर्मूला गहराई से दाग निकाले।
ओलिविया हेयर कलर खरीदते वक्त पैक पे चमकता हुआ ओलिविया ओरिजिनल का स्टिकर देखना ना भूलें। ओलिविया हेयर कलर है मेरी नंबर 1 चॉइस। ओलिविया, शुक्रिया।
Good slip, hoping for an outside edge here. Close, very, very close. What does Damascena say? No.
Well, it was straight with the two noises. That's the debate. Did he hit it? A bit of height as well is what Tom Latham is in the perfect position as keeper. He's just asking people square of the wicket. They're going to have a look.
TV umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Can we go to the front on spin vision, please? Rock and roll that far if you can do that. Thank you. Roll through. Looks like it's close to the bat. So we go to ultra edge. Confirm it is in bat involved, please. Thank you. Just waiting on ultra edge, you guys. Okay, roll it through. Roll it through, kid. Right, there's a flat line as it goes past the bat and hits the pads. So there's no bat involved. We can go through the ball trekking when it's available, please. Ball trekking coming up now. Pitching in line, impact in line. And wickets are missing. You can stay with your original decision of not out, Kumar. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
Kumar Damascena is on the spot straight away. That was a call that he initially said, I think it's height, and he was right on.
Yeah, and that's why Tom Latham went to the fielders square of the wicket. They are so important. Obviously, bowler and keeper straight in line. They knew it was straight enough. They just wanted some advice. Was it low enough? It wasn't.
Big day out for Nitin Menon, standing in his 51st. Just from New Zealand's point of view, it has not worked early on. 7 deliveries, we've seen plenty of action.
It's just very good. Never really looked at Matt Henry as someone who swings the ball or laterally moves it through the air. The first one came back, and this one with the wobble seam just continues on the angle. Brilliant. What I thought Jonny Bairstow did well in the previous over was to allow the ball to come to him and play late.
Yeah, he played it right underneath him. It's a sign it's a good pitch as well when you can hit the bowler straight back past him for 4. Excellent from Henry. If you think about it as a left-hander, you've got one that's come back in and thudded into your pad, so you're really wary of that. And the next two, just three-quarter seam, nibbling away. So he's left Malan guessing now.
Can you live there again, though? Can you live on that length for the rest of the over as a bowler?
To Malan you can. To others, Jonny Bairstow would try and put you off that length. Bairstow might charge. To Malan, just live there. Don't move there. And the slip cordon's been reinforced. Another man catching.
There will be many, many milestones achieved in this tournament as we go through these next 2 months, basically. Today's milestones, England are 1 win away from 50 wins in ICC Cricket World Cup. Trent Boult needs 3 wickets to join the 200 club in one-day internationals, and Joe Root just a mere 29 runs for 1,000 against New Zealand. Good comeback over this from Henry after England got away early.
And I like this length, this conglomeration of deliveries there, because quite often as I watch younger players in white ball cricket, even in this format, you'd see a little too much variation in trying to stay ahead of batters. But right now, a good test line, a good test length, this early in the contest, as Nasser said to Malan, is warranted.
A maiden. So it's 12 for none after 2.
मैं एक और कप चाय टपाल दानेदार।
Fragrances for him and her by Bonanza Satrangi.
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले। सीधी साधी खुशी है सुपर। ये सुपर हो सीधी साधी खुशी है सुपर।
Be Free Super.
Player who is in pretty good nick in Bairstow. How long do you think this ball will swing a little bit forwardish? That's the big factor. And will it swing more at night than during the day? Do we know?
It's hard here. I've watched 3 day-night games here a couple of seasons ago, and if you get maybe 3 overs from each end of swing, you've done well. Only time will tell. Sometimes these balls or the atmospheric conditions are a big dictator.
Part of the tradition, isn't it? The first thing you do, you come out of the dressing room, even commentators come out and have a look at the pitch, try and assess it. Both sides, interestingly though, wanted to bowl. Josh Buttler said, I'll bowl. Nicely timed. Just the one. Well, they'll go for 2. That's good running. Nice aggressive start this from England.
Yeah, some of that will be down to the dew factor. We were down there last night around about 9 o'clock doing a bit of a show for the host broadcaster, the local broadcaster, and there was a bit of dew came down. Wasn't a lot, but I think just the dew factor. And that's another thing to bear in mind as you go around India. Where will the dew come, where it won't? It's a different time of year, isn't it? October, very early in the season.
Nicely stopped. Will Young in the covers in the hot seat there, and that was 4 if it got past him.
That's his shot, Malan. That's what he's been looking for. Any width. Most left-handers like it there, but anything forward stump. He has a flick of the wrist. And in the recent white ball series against New Zealand, he was nailing that through extra cover. That's where he loves it.
It's a fascinating shot for me, and absolute strength. You're right, Nazar, but in the warm-up game against Bangladesh, against Mustafizur, who was getting it to swing a bit, and it was right in that area, and he nicked off the first slip. But you get the feeling once he's set, yes, absolutely strength of his. Don't blame Trent Boult for testing it, though.
They'll play one, yes, 1 to 10 the overs for this one. It's the two fielders outside the inner circle. Good comeback from Boult, just the 4 from his second over. We've got 3 gone here in Ahmedabad at 16 for none.
Only one thing can challenge me. Panther tires. Our grip, our focus are the same. There is a new king in town. King 56.
Panther tires, level ही हो रहा है.
There is a new king in town.
35 साल से इसी पे भरोसा है.
Generation after generation. Care Honey Lotion.
Well, this is special from Henry. Just dial away at a length, bowl that test match length. One swung back in, the rest have nipped away. He's got it on a string at the moment.
Had everything apart from someone walking behind the bowler's arm, and once we've had that, we know we're alive in a cricket match, and we've had that now.
Yeah, it's just the whole conglomeration of deliveries there, and I'm sure that most of them, there was one a little wide outside the off stump, but the pitching area is certainly a nice little circumference. And I like this, and I'm still not feeling the inclination, Smithy and Nazar, to change anything just yet. That's what can Malan do to try to change it up.
Yeah, I said earlier, as you see the field there, he's a different opener to Jason Roy. Roy would have tried something now, he'd have shimmied down the pitch. Malan will wait for anything loose, wait for anything wide.
We're going to wait for a half volley and put it away, and he got it and did it.
That's his shot. And Henry, for once, just erring in length. Just a foot fuller. Maybe saw the movement and thought, I'll risk it. That risk reward, the reward for all was from Malan.
Well, early indications that batsmen should be licking their lips here. This looks an absolute beauty. That is, you've got to be so precise with your length.
Yeah, he went back to his length. He thought, I'll risk it for 1, went for 4, I'll go back to that bail trimming length.
Picked the right man to bring the cup out, I reckon.
Yeah, there's no one else you could choose really. A cricketing World Cup in India. The man that was there, the final farewell for him in Mumbai at the Wankhede Stadium when Dhoni hit that 6 and Kohli was carrying him around on his shoulders. He's carrying the World Cup out right now. Greatest batter I ever saw, that is for certain, in Sachin Tendulkar. Real ambassador for the game and for Indian cricket and India.
It is 21 for none.
Rapper from the house of Eagle Star.
चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, बाल रहे फिंगर कोम रेडी with Palmolive Naturals शैम्पू। बालों को बनाए इतना स्मूथ और मैनेजेबल कि आप करें बस फिंगर कोम।
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले।
चाय चाहिए कौन सी चला?
Quite nicely. Over the top of Gully and down to the boundary for 4. A little bit of width on offer.
And that's what he's looking for. He pounces on anything wide. Doesn't matter about the length. The boundary of Henry was a half volley. This was length and it was on the up slightly, but he will throw his hands at it out there.
England can dominate Boult. They'll look at the rest of the New Zealand batting lineup and say, okay, because Boult's the kind of player you spend a bit of time working on and practicing on in the nets. There's no Ferguson today. There is no Southey because he came with an injury trying to recover. New Zealand left themselves 2 quick bowlers bare for a World Cup opener, which may well end up being a talking point. Menon says that's just wide enough for me. Always a risk. You have a squad of 15 or you bring 2 injured players who cannot play in the first part of the tournament. I know they're great players and have been for New Zealand for a long period of time. And Williamson looks as if he's close-ish. Play a couple of warm-up games, you have a number of sessions and you end up getting a niggle or 2 with someone else. You become a little bit exposed and that's the last thing you want. Glenn Phillips needs to have a big tournament for New Zealand. Fine player, aggressive player. Might see him bowling a bit of off-spin. That is basically the think tank under the umbrellas there who have put this all together.
Yeah, I think I spoke to Glenn this morning and he said he was happy to get a few deliveries out in a couple of the practice games as well, just in case he's needed. But the slip has come out. There were 2 slips 2 balls ago and he's taken out the squarer of the 2 and posted him at square leg, which allows Boult the latitude of being tighter onto the stumps with some security either side. And perhaps now, because the ball maybe isn't swinging nearly a smidgen as much as it was in the first 2 overs from his end.
Four under wide off the over, 26 for none.
Only one thing can challenge me. Panther tires. Our grip, our focus are the same. There is a new king in town. King 56.
Panther tires, level ही हो रहा है.
There is a new king in town.
पाकिस्तान जितने खाने बनाता है, नया ब्राइट उतने ही दाग मिटाता है।
क्योंकि नए ब्राइट का बेस्ट एवर फॉर्मूला गहराई से दाग निकाले।
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले।
When craving meets fun, Chocobliss, enjoy flavors of happiness.
शेखू स्टील टेस्टेड है।
Big Freen Super.
Root, Brook, no Ben Stokes, Buttler, Ali Livingstone, dynamic in their batting, and then Wokes, Curran, Rashid, and we've talked about his batting ability down at 10. Mark Wood can smack it. Talk about being alone in the stadium as one of 20,000. I don't want Nas to feel alone in saying that Sachin was the best he's seen, but it's one of the things I'm looking forward to in this tournament. Guys like Shubman Gill, Kusal Mendes we saw batting very, very well the other day. Baba Azam coming to the fore. A number of young and not so young batters, some outstanding fast bowlers when fit. Really looking forward to them and seeing how they go through this tournament. Exciting.
Well, this is the pinnacle, isn't it? This is where you test yourself against the best on a daily basis. I mean, to play in one of these World Cups, and we all have, it's a great honour. But it's also an examination of where you're at in your game and in your mind. That final, that 2019 final that we were really lucky to be calling the last parts of, that was an examination of mind and body. Not perfectly timed, but well enough. And Bairstow will get 4.
Yeah, toe end of the bat. And again, he just went a fraction fuller, just tempting Bairstow to take the aerial route. You really don't need to tempt him. Toe end of the bat, and it just gets over mid-off.
Slip stays in. 3 on the offside, 3 on the onside inside the circle. 2 full, and this will be a test for Boult, who's very good in the deep, but not that good on that occasion. I'd have backed him.
Yeah, I think he was worried about that boundary cushion there, and also he's just seen Conway slide and get his knee stuck in, so he's worried about the slide. Boult and boundary cushions, eh, Smithy?
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, it's going to be good.
Yep.
Nicely got. A big over for England. 9 from it. And it's 35 for none after 6.
Olivia hair color खरीदते वक्त पैक पे चमकता हुआ Olivia ओरिजिनल का स्टिकर देखना ना भूलें. Olivia hair color है मेरी नंबर 1 चॉइस. Olivia, शुक्रिया. Big Freen Super.
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर. रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले.
शेखू स्टील टेस्टेड है।
35 साल से इसी पे भरोसा है.
Generation after generation. Care Honey Lotion.
Fragrances for him and her. By Bonanza Satrangi.
चाय चाहिए कौन सी चला लिप्टन ही तो है लिप्टन पीजिए.
पैंथर टायर्स लेवल ही हो रहा है.
Super.
Yeah, will Bairstow let him settle? I think not. Will Bairstow come at him? I think so. It'll be a wide to start with. But she looked at the pitch pretty closely. You think it'll be a good one all day, all night?
Yeah, I think so. At the domestic final of the IPL final here a few months ago, it was high scoring. Same pitch that we're playing on here today. And it looks solid enough. So I'm hoping, even though the footmarks are apparent. And tonight I'm curious, as Nas pointed out, to see whether there's any due formation as well, and how early.
Slightly different challenge for Santner to the left-handed Malan, spinning into him. Malan loves the slog sweep. Anything off stump on length, he will try and slog sweep, and that's why they've got two men out for that shot. The option now for Malan is to go down the ground, mid-on, mid-off up.
Santner bowled really well in the two warm-up games, and his best delivery was very, very slow through the air.
I really like him as a bowler. He has no mystery about him. He doesn't have a doosra or some magical delivery. All he does is vary his pace beautifully. It's quick, quick, slow, or slow, slow, quick, depending conditions, and just vary that seam position. Sometimes it will skid on and bring LBW, sometimes it will grip. Quick, quick, slow, maybe in a power play. And then later, slow, slow, quick. Good cricketer, Santner.
Energy sapping. Not sure how long players that have been in for a while will be able to entertain the thought of quick twos. I don't think there'll be too many threes on this ground today. Is there a touch there? Was there a little touch? Or did it just beat the bat? It skidded.
Yeah, that was the quicker one. Subtle change in seam position. Didn't grip, played for the spin. There was a noise. And a cry of catch from Santner.
So that's a genuine catch. It didn't deviate too much. A genuine chance for New Zealand. We'll look at that again. 39 overs gone. And, 39 for none after 7 overs gone. Was that the first chance?
पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले
चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए बाल रहे फिंगर कोम रेडी विद पाम ऑलिव नेचुरल्स शैम्पू बालों को बनाए इतना स्मूथ और मैनेजेबल कि आप करें बस फिंगर कोम
Enjoy the yummy chicken spread in classic, barbecue and fajita flavors.
Henry again. So it's a good pitch to bat when Henry particularly has found the right length. There has been some movement. zip through. Athletic take on New Zealand's captain today. Good afternoon, Ravi Shastri. Michael Atherton, what have you made of it, Ath?
Well, I think New Zealand will be disappointed that neither Henry nor Boult have struck in the opening, 6-7 overs or so. Both very, very good in the opening power play and usually a source of early wickets. And the fact that Santner bowls so infrequently in the opening power play, but is doing so today, is a measure of the fact that England have had the better of the start in the opening 7.5 overs that we've seen.
I think it's a blessing in disguise for England to bat first here, because a lot of the subcontinental teams would have batted first in these conditions. Where it's hot and humid, keep the opposition on the field for 50 overs, and under lights it will do a bit.
Edged and gone, they have their first, eventually New Zealand, and it's Dawid Malan caught behind.
Well, Henry has deserved that, the way he's bowled to Malan earlier in the piece. He's found some movement off the seam. When he's been there or thereabouts, he's found a bit of movement just away from Malan, who is strong in this area, but this was not a drivable ball, and he's rather wafted at it, and his feet stuck in concrete, edges through to Latham, who takes the catch this time. New Zealand needed that wicket, and they've got Malan now. 14 from 24, but a good early strike. England 40 for 1.
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले।
New Rio Double Chocolate. 2 chocolates की double treat.
Rapper from the house of Eagle Star.
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना, एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय,
मैं एक और कप चाय, टपाल दानेदार।
चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, बाल रहे फिंगर कोम रेडी विद पाम ऑलिव नेचुरल्स शैम्पू। बालों को बनाए इतना स्मूथ और मैनेजेबल कि आप करें बस फिंगर कोम।
35 साल से इसी पे भरोसा है।
लेवल ही हो रहा है।
Just around 10 matches in the last 2 years, and as you say, a little short of runs of late.
Slip in place. And that's the length. That is the length that has caused particularly Dawid Malan, and therefore England, a few issues. A perfect line and length and a hint of movement. Malan does like to flash it down through backward point and down to third. On this occasion, through to Latham.
If there was one bowler you would put your money on taking a wicket, that would be Matt Henry on today's performance.
Boult is away with a scampered single.
One bowler who's adapted to the conditions. He's realised you've got to bowl straight and not give width. 41 for 1.
Panther tires, level ही हो रहा है।
Be free super.
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले।
शेखू स्टील टेस्टेड है।
quite an interesting look now to see how Santner goes. England have gone with one less seamer. They're playing technically 4 spinners if you include Joe Root.
Yeah, lots of reasons for that, really. The absence of Ben Stokes means the absence of a left-hander in the middle order, so they'd want Moeen Ali in the team so that maybe they can be flexible, given the nature of New Zealand's spinners. And also that Brook is a little more inexperienced, certainly in ODI cricket and certainly in World Cups, than Stokes, and therefore they're lengthening the batting as well. So I think that's the rationale behind England's selection today.
One of his great strengths is his ability to bury his pace. Santner, he's at his best when he's targeting the stumps and then wearing it from there. Then get real slow if need be. And what he does well, he does all those variations with the same arm speed.
So Root is only on 2, but he is second in the most runs for England in that list. Behind a man you played a lot of international cricket with, Ath.
Yeah, Gooch had 2 excellent World Cups in '87 and '92 when he was captain in Australia, and also did very well here, famously swept England to a victory. Were you playing in that game, Ravi?
Yeah, we went and bought some brooms in the market and we kept it outside England's dressing room for Graham Gooch to put in his kit bag when he took home. He just swept us out of the World Cup. Maninder Singh, Ravi Shastri, they were just swept away. All the dirt off the ground at the Wankhede Stadium was taken out by Graham Gooch.
Need to bowl some overspin, Rav. Get the ball bouncing.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter at all. 46 for 1.
पाकिस्तान जितने खाने बनाता है, नया ब्राइट उतने ही दाग मिटाता है।
क्योंकि नए ब्राइट का बेस्ट एवर फॉर्मूला गहराई से दाग निकाले। हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले।
He is the one wicket taker so far. Oh, in that sort of length. That is his length. Test match length.
Wasn't that lovely, the last half hour? The old band getting back together again. Smith, Hussain, Bishop. 4 years older, 4 years wiser, a little wider in some instances. So
I don't
nice
know who
to
you're
hear
possibly
Ian Smith
referring
again.
to. Oh, it's a big drive and Root gets away with it. It's a slightly fuller length on this occasion from Henry, and that drew Root into the shot.
Just that teasing length. He's that kind of bowler. You go and ask any of the top players around the world. He's someone they'll hate facing because he's thereabouts all the time, testing your footwork, testing if you know where your off stump is.
Yeah.
Just talking about Graham Gooch and his record in World Cups. Throughout the World Cup, we're going to have some iconic images from the countries around the world. How about this one? Glenn Turner from 1975. I wasn't fortunate enough, Ravi, to see him play, but you would have done.
I watched it on the television. He was a big player for New Zealand, hugely consistent. Got so many runs for Worcestershire in county cricket and for New Zealand in one-day cricket.
In the days when overseas players sort of got to know their counties for a period of time, as opposed to flying in and flying out like is the case nowadays, particularly with the T20 leagues.
So you could identify each county with the pro. a lot of people will reel off those names even today. And see, this pitch now will get a little slower once the ball gets a little older, especially in the first half. So the spinners have an opportunity, but you got to bowl straight.
And you mentioned dew, Ravi. I mean, is it possible to predict when it comes?
And not really, but it might come, but not as much as you would get during say an IPL final in the month of April or May.
Well, a one-handed thrash through wide mid-off for Jonny Bairstow brings up England's 50 after 10 overs, 51 for 1.
चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, बाल रहे फिंगर कोम रेडी विद पामोलिव नेचुरल्स शैम्पू। बालों को बनाए इतना स्मूथ और मैनेजेबल कि आप करें बस फिंगर कोम।
Be free super.
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले।
Enjoy the yummy chicken spread in classic barbecue and fajita flavors.
पाकिस्तान जितने खाने बनाता है, नया ब्राइट उतने ही दाग मिटाता है।
क्योंकि नए ब्राइट का बेस्ट एवर फॉर्मूला गहराई से दाग निकाले।
पैंथर टायर्स लेवल ही हो रहा है।
शेखू स्टील टेस्टेड है।
We feature the game with the two captains both being wicket keepers. They're a long way away from their charge at the far end, less so with someone like Santner, but if you mark Wood and he's a distance away, Josh Buttler on occasions has to run up and go and speak to him. Bairstow got the innings off to a fly, a lovely flip through the leg side. There were a couple of lovely drives from him straight, as there were from Dawid Malan. That was a chance, a little edge as Santner came into the attack off the outside edge of Malan. New Zealand were desperately after their opening breakthrough. It eventually came through the excellence of Henry, banging away on that good length to find the outside edge of Malan. Bairstow is 32, Root is new to the crease on 5, 53 for 1.
You mentioned, Waddy, about the keepers being captains and away from really the bowler where he can have a chat with him on a regular basis. What he will do well here in these conditions is set the field for his bowler. He would realize that this is a slowish pitch. The fielders have to get a little squarer on either side. So if you look at the field, a normal square leg or a point is way forward and square. There's little more pace, and he's the best person to judge, standing behind. I mean, much like MS Dhoni would do. He was very good in setting the field when spinners were in operation, once he judged the pace of the pitch.
I used to watch MS captain, you just knew absolutely that the bowler wasn't going to argue with him. You set the field, MS, I'll bowl.
Well, that's Santner's game, really. Those two deliveries that we've just seen, that's his game. Variations in pace. That last ball quite quick through the air and with not a lot of flight. Previous ball much slower, but each of them bowled with a very similar arm speed and very little change of action.
Oh,
54 for 1.
New Rio Double Chocolate. दो chocolates की double treat.
Panther King 56 and King 56 Plus. It's all about the grip.
पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले।
Super.
रैपर के थर्मस जो रखे देर तक गरम। Rapper from the House of Eagle Star.
Latham just to juggle the bowlers. Lockie Ferguson not available, Southey not available. So at some point, Ath, he's going to have to fiddle some overs because he can't have Boult and Henry bowling all the way through. Henry was excellent to the left hand in Malan, dragging that length just back a wee bit. Plenty of plays and misses. Malan went after a couple and then eventually managed to feather it through to Latham.
Well, Boult has come back to have a crack at Root. He's got a very good record against Joe Root, principally though by swinging the ball back. Saw him get Root on a couple of occasions in the most recent ODI series in England. He's round the wicket here because there's not a great deal of swing for him, but another reason is that they need early wickets. You talked about the balance of this New Zealand side. They're going to have to fiddle some overs from somewhere, so the more wickets they can get at the start, the less pressure it puts on the rest of that bowling attack. So there's two reasons here for Boult coming back to have a crack at Root.
Does mean you sort of play your aces a bit early in the hand though, doesn't it? Boy, he plays that shot brilliantly. It's something he's been working on for a while and he usually nails it, and he's nailed that one for 6.
Well, the New Zealand bowlers are no stranger to this shot from Joe Root. Anybody who watched the start of England's Test match resurgence under Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum and under the so-called Bazball would have seen Root do this to New Zealand in that Test match series, principally to Tim Southey. So he plays it brilliantly. Even though it looks a high-risk shot, he rarely misses.
You're right though, but I was chatting with him yesterday. He said he couldn't play it in the last game. He missed 5 on the spin or something. Well, he's nailed that one.
But full credit to him, you know, to adapt to what the team needs. Sometimes you get batsmen at that level who are so stubborn that it's difficult to get them out of their comfort zone. And I think he's become a better player, trying to do that. Better all-round player across formats. Because just the tempo he's maintaining now will help not only him, but the England team too.
Tells you something about his character as well, because having played for so long, so brilliantly, and having scored so many runs, it would have been very easy for him to say, no, this is how I play, I'm sticking to what I know. But it tells you about his curiosity and his open-mindedness and his preparedness to do what the captain wants him to do. And I was talking about Ben Stokes really in the England Test match team.
Might push for 2. In the end, we'll settle for a single to end the 12th, 61 for 1.
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले।
Fragrances for him and her by Bonanza Satrangi.
Super.
When craving meets fun, Chocobliss. Enjoy flavors of happiness.
Panther tired. Level ही हो रहा है.
As to what they might gain by making the change.
Is that a roundabout way of saying your India players ignored you when you were coach, Ravi?
No, a few, till you have to literally, push them, to try something different. Because it's like you mentioned, they're so used to, accumulating those runs over the years. Sometimes you forget you got to evolve with the times because the opponent is evolving. He knows your game. He's getting one step on you.
And young players coming in behind you as well. And coming in behind Root and Bairstow is Harry Brook, and he's one of those very good young players who's got an unbelievable range of stroke play. So you're right, you've got to keep moving with the times.
Latham's just making an adjustment to the field. Mid-on is going to go back onto the fence. Brilliant fielding. He is such an athlete. There's the fact that injury has happened to Ben Stokes and they've been able to replace him with Harry Brook, a batter that covers a few bases, justified that difficult decision to leave out Jason Roy from the squad.
Well, I think that's exactly why they chose Brook in the end. Obviously Roy had those back spasms in the series against New Zealand, so couldn't play.
Gone. He's just checked it. He's just punched it up in the air. Mitchell has moved around swiftly and smartly to his left. He's got a great set of hands, and out of nowhere Bairstow is out.
Yeah, Bairstow is looking extra cover here. Mitchell is stood a little wide actually in that long off position, perhaps a little bit wider than you would normally be, but you can see with the position that Bairstow has got in there, he's trying to thread that over extra cover. He doesn't quite get it wide enough. And as you say, Mitchell, a very, very safe pair of hands in the deep. So Santner into the power play, unusually so, but picking up the key wicket of Bairstow here, who started brightly, but has gone for 33 off 35. England 64 for 2.
हर सुबह इन्हें लंच बॉक्स में देती हूँ ऑलपर्स फ्लेवर्ड में। ऑलपर्स दूध की भरपूर ग़िज़ाइयत, चॉकलेट, स्ट्रॉबेरी और बादाम ज़ाफ़रान के मज़ेदार फ्लेवर्स में। परफॉर्मेंस में कोई ब्रेक ना हो, ऑलपर्स फ्लेवर्ड मिल्क जब ब्रेक में हो।
सब्ज रंग छा गया, मंजिल तक पहुंचा गया. Now available online. Pakistan Cables, trusted, not to compromise.
रैपर के थर्मस जो रखे देर तक गरम. Rapper from the House of Eagle Star.
Yeah, exactly why England selectors picked him in the end, because of that versatility and that ability to cover not just a top order place but a middle order place as well, which he's had to do today with the injury of Ben Stokes. So what an opportunity for Harry Brook, who 3 weeks ago didn't think he was going to be in this World Cup, and now gets a go in the first game at this vast new stadium. His IPL experience was up and down, wasn't it? 100, one eye-catching 100, but not a lot else. So maybe he's got a bit to prove in the conditions.
Beautiful Santner. 64 for 2.
एक और कप चाय टपाल दानेदार.
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर. रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले.
65 for 2. And Trent Boult coming in, and reason why Harry Brooks is there is because Bairstow trying to go inside out over cover. It was quite wide. Sorry, long off. A good catch. And Santner has certainly come in and been able to have an impact straight away.
Pulls this one out towards the gap at deep backward square. And it has gone all the way for 4.
Well, that's
Bairstow out for 33, Malan out for 14, and one of the key contributors for England through this World Cup will be Joe Root. He's 19 from 26.
The only thing I've got to do in this tournament is contribute to us being successful as a team. Having individual goals is good in terms of helping you get to that point, but my concern is making sure that I'm contributing to this team and helping us get to where we need to get to.
And his contributions are crucial, that is for sure. He's had a lean time of it of late. 50 over game, Joe Root. He is a vital cog, and you do not keep great players down for too long.
Well, the last World Cup in 2019, he scored the most runs for England, 556. That's 61, and whilst he's kind of going through a bit of a lean patch at the moment, he does like conditions here in India as well. Averages over 50, and he loves ICC events. He just rises to another level.
Achin Ravindra. Different left arm orthodox to Mitchell Santner, who bowled the ball a little bit quicker. Quite get up and over the top as much as Santner.
Brilliant set! Brilliant set!
In that crucial position at point. It's not easy fielding when the ball kind of scoots off that square.
Slightly short and pulled away through mid-wicket. Couple of bounces to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, really good shot from Harry Brook. One of his strengths, certainly when he plays against spin, is picking up length. As ever so quickly here. Length is the top of the stumps, but what allows him to play off the back foot is the pace of the delivery.
And again, couple of bounces, or one bounce this time, very much the same position.
Yeah, he was happier with the second shot because he didn't even run. Or just kind of sticking in the hand a little bit. And absolutely cashing in. A real whirlwind story for Harry Brook. Wasn't necessarily selected in the preliminary squad for England. Everyone was talking about Ben Stokes coming back and Harry Brook missing out. This one's even bigger. He goes all the way. Tough over for Ravindra.
These absolute gifts to Harry Brook. Beautiful player. This is a free hit. There's nobody out at deep mid-wicket. Better connection on the previous 2, and this goes all the way for 6. Really building momentum in this first Ravindra over.
Oh, straight up this time. Hasn't got the timing right. It's down deep square legs, throat, and he takes the catch, holds on to it. Devon Conway, and Harry Brook goes 4-4-6 out.
Well, I mentioned the previous delivery is a gift. It wasn't far off being the same ball. Harry Brook will be absolutely livid at his lack of placement of this delivery. Again, picks up length early, but there's only that one man square of the wicket on the leg side. Ben Stokes can't believe it. Neither can Harry Brook. England lose their 3rd wicket. Harry Brook plays well for 25. England 94 for 3.
सर्विस स्टैट्स चाहिए, ये ले लें, आपके पैसे बचेंगे।
जिंदगी बचाना ज्यादा जरूरी है। सर्विस कहाँ है? सर्विस ही दो। ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी?
चाय
New Rio Double Chocolate. दो chocolates की double treat.
सब्ज रंग छा गया, मंजिल तक पहुंचा गया. Now available online. Pakistan Cables, trusted, not to compromise.
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना, एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय.
मैं एक और कप चाय. टपाल दानेदार.
चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, बाल रहे फिंगर कोम रेडी विद पाम ऑलिव नेचुरल्स शैम्पू. बालों को बनाए इतना स्मूथ और मैनेजेबल कि आप करें बस फिंगर कोम.
चाय चाहिए कौन सी चला, लिप्टन ही तो है, लिप्टन पीजिए.
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर. रुतबा पर है धाड़ले.
Sheikhu Steel. Test.
Work at mid-on from Ravindra, but Joe Root comfortably home.
A nice piece of work from Ravindra at mid-on. Confidence has certainly shifted when it comes to his day. Big wicket of Harry Brook.
Well, the first over by Rachin Ravindra didn't necessarily come out of the hand very well at the start, and Harry Brook absolutely cashed in. That one, the best of them. But one thing that we know about this ground is it's a big square of the wicket, and if you don't quite get it, means it keeps the fielders in play, and that's what they were able to do, New Zealand. Should have been put out of the stadium. Unfortunately, it wasn't. But they'll take another wicket.
Goes slow and gets it fined as Joe Root to the boundary for 4 more.
Joe Root taking initiative here, just advancing. It's good enough to get the boundary.
Just get the feeling that England identified this period with Neesham, with Ravindra. So we want to go, we want to be aggressive. First ball of Neesham's spell went through extra cover for 4. They want to take that aggressive approach against what are seen to be the 4th, 5th, 6th bowlers if Phillips or someone like that comes on, but key loss of that wicket of Harry Brook. I wonder whether that will slow things down a touch.
Yeah, and I think part of that conversation, Dooley, would have been around the omission of Ben Stokes, obviously left-handed, formidable player at number 4 that can work his way through the gears. Dawid Malan, the only other left-hander in that original top 5 where Buttler was at 5, and shifting Ali up the order 1 position. Continue to try and be aggressive.
And there is some of that aggression away through mid-wicket, short from Neesham, punished by Moeen Ali, 105 for 3, 18 gone.
पाकिस्तान का सबसे ज्यादा बिकने वाला मोटरसाइकिल टायर, ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी.
पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धार ले।
सब्ज रंग छा गया, मंजिल तक पहुंचा गया. Now available online. Pakistan Cables, trusted not to compromise.
पाकिस्तान जितने खाने बनाता है, नया ब्राइट उतने ही दाग मिटाता है।
क्योंकि नए ब्राइट का
Short and put away with the stain as well. Picked up the length really quickly. Played it well in front of square. The pace of Jimmy Neesham isn't necessarily going to trouble the English batters. He's got to be clever with his variations.
To Boult. And he's found the gap this time. Successive boundaries will take Graham Gooch another fine 50. Beautifully controlled off drive. Throughout the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup, we will bring you these magical moments from years gone by. That was Graham Gooch from 1979, the semi-final of the ICC Men's World Cup in 1979. 71 in that game for Graham Gooch.
Cricket World Cups are certainly something that we've all watched as young, avid fans, and those moments will just reignite our passion for the game. 109 for 3.
सर्विस टायर्स की क्वालिटी पूरी दुनिया ने मानी। 40 से ज्यादा ममालिक में एक्सपोर्ट होने वाला पाकिस्तान नंबर 1 एक्सपोर्ट टायर ब्रांड है सर्विस।
न्यू रियो डबल चॉकलेट, 2 चॉकलेट्स की डबल ट्रीट।
चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, बाल रहे फिंगर कोम रेडी विद पाम ऑलिव नेचुरल शैम्पू। बालों को बनाए इतना स्मूथ और मैनेजेबल कि आप करें बस फिंगर कोम।
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धार ले।
पाकिस्तान जितने खाने बनाता है, नया ब्राइट उतने ही दाग मिटाता है।
क्योंकि नए ब्राइट का बेस्ट एवर फॉर्मूला गहराई से दाग निकाले।
शेखू स्टील टेस्टेड है।
But didn't play a game. He's travelled the country as New Zealand's 12th man in that 92 World Cup. To Gooch. And he's found the gap this time. Successive boundaries will take Graham Gooch another fine 50. Beautifully controlled off drive. Another really fine innings. Another fine half century for Graham Gooch, England's opener. 1979 World Cup. West Indies taking out first 2, of course, in 1975 and 79. This match, the semi-final in Manchester. England 221 for 8. New Zealand 212 for 9 and 60 overs. Get on with it. What were you doing?
The evolution of the game. I think the fact that, you know, everyone's learnt different formats, how to go through the gears. 2 new balls also help. Geez, you're a tough man, Simon Doull.
And the bowler, mind you. He was a batter having a go, you'd say absolutely, no worries.
Work from Glenn Phillips. And has evolved and changed dramatically, hasn't it? Even in the last 3, 4, 5 years, the T20 cricket, the evolution of T20 cricket, which has elevated ODI cricket, I think is quite incredible. I mean, we're regularly seeing scores in excess of 300, 350. Amount of cameras at grounds nowadays as well. The action we can bring you, this is part of the innovation. Some of what Joe Root and many others can bring you. Cameras around the ground now. Used to be covered with 4 and 5 cameras and cameramen and women. Nowadays we can bring you every single angle. From above, from ground level, stump microphones. Sometimes we don't like those on. Coverage is exceptional. It'll be a wide. Spare a thought for those who have to be out in the sun all day while we sit in air conditioning. Credit to all the cameramen and women across the world and around India that are bringing you this coverage of the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup for 2023. Tough job that. Not that. Old mate sitting there with a remote control just having fun all day. Hawkeye, they sit in the air conditioning. They can just put those up in the start of the day as well and not do much else. End of the over, 112 for 3.
सर्विस कहाँ है? सर्विस ही दो. ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी?
Big Freen Super.
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना. एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय.
मैं एक और कप चाय. टपाल दानेदार.
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर. रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले.
अब मेरे घर पर लेज ही नहीं है तो मैच कैसे देख सकते हैं?
मिल गए लेज.
Ravindra to hold another over, picked up the wicket of Harry Brook, and a special commentary stint coming up next for Ian Smith, Ian Bishop and the great Sachin Tendulkar. Welcome to the on box. Look forward to hearing his thoughts. Carried the trophy out at the start of the day, looking resplendent. Doesn't look a day over 25, looks like he can still play actually. 25 plus 25 years of experience, he tells me, so I like that. I might have to use that one day, Satch, but I'll add a few years on it. There's moments before carrying the trophy out and on his way out to the middle of this magnificent stadium, so Sachin Tendulkar will be up next with Ian Bishop and Ian Smith. Look forward to that. Now his bat was wide. I can tell you that from experience.
Like an absolute barn door. Still love watching him bat. Various different innings over the years. So he'd never missed the ball or the middle of his bat.
speaking about players reinventing themselves, Sachin was playing in a Legends series, and he started to kind of bring in the little lap. And I remember having a chat to him, and I said, he goes, I've watched all of these players do it. I want to see how hard or easy it is. And yeah, he picked it up pretty quickly, as you'd expect.
Prolonging a few careers, isn't it? Some of the Masters and the Legends Leagues around, it's wonderful to see. Six singles from the Rachin Ravindra over. 21 gone, 118 for 3.
सर्विस कहाँ है? सर्विस ही दो. ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी?
अब मेरे घर पर लेज ही नहीं है तो मैच कैसे देख सकते हैं?
मिल गए लेज.
Fragrances for him and her by Bonanza Satrangi.
ओलिविया हेयर कलर खरीदते वक्त पैक पे चमकता हुआ ओलिविया ओरिजिनल का स्टिकर देखना ना भूलें. ओलिविया हेयर कलर है मेरी नंबर 1 चॉइस. ओलिविया, शुक्रिया.
पाकिस्तान का सबसे ज्यादा बिकने वाला मोटरसाइकिल टायर. ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी?
Starts on target. Got him. He has struck. This is magic from Glenn Phillips. He was prepared for it and he's executed Ian Smith to perfection.
Well, this is a real bonus for New Zealand. I mean, we're talking part-timers here in the real essence of the word, and they're getting England players out, very good England players out. They brought out the left-hander and Moeen Ali because they wanted to counter the ball coming in. So New Zealand counter with the ball holding up and going away. And Moeen Ali is through the shot before the ball arrives. And now he's through this innings. He's on his way back. And England have lost their fourth at 118.
पाकिस्तान का सबसे ज्यादा बिकने वाला मोटरसाइकिल टायर. ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी?
चाय चाहिए कौन सी जगह? लिप्टन ही तो है, लिप्टन पीजिए.
हर सुबह इन्हें लंच बॉक्स में देती हूँ ऑलपर्स फ्लेवर्ड में. ऑलपर्स दूध की भरपूर ग़िज़ाइयत, चॉकलेट, स्ट्रॉबेरी और बादाम ज़ाफ़रान के मज़ेदार फ्लेवर्स में.
परफॉर्मेंस में कोई ब्रेक ना हो, ऑलपर्स फ्लेवर्ड मिल्क जब ब्रेक में हो.
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर. रुतबा पर है धाड़ले.
सब्ज रंग छा गया, मंजिल तक पहुंचा गया. Now available online. Pakistan Cables, trusted, not to compromise.
हर सुबह इन्हें लंच बॉक्स में देती हूँ ऑलपर्स फ्लेवर्ड में. ऑलपर्स दूध की भरपूर ग़िज़ाइयत, चॉकलेट, स्ट्रॉबेरी और बादाम ज़ाफ़रान के मज़ेदार फ्लेवर्स में.
परफॉर्मेंस में कोई ब्रेक ना हो, ऑलपर्स फ्लेवर्ड मिल्क जब ब्रेक में हो.
Enjoy the yummy chicken spread in classic, barbecue and fajita flavors.
Good start, Jake. Right start, boy. Come on, boys, halfway here. Halfway, lads.
This has been terrific from Santner, Martin Ravindra, and now Glenn Phillips.
Just holds up. And he's through the shot before the ball arrives. So Molinelli really has not got the nature of the pitch sorted there to play across the line. So that's a genuine mistake there and a real bonus for Glenn Phillips in New Zealand.
As mentioned before, the great Sachin Tendulkar is here with us. Sachin, thank you very much for keeping myself and Ian Smith apart. How excited are you to be here?
Excited to be here because it brings back such wonderful memories. The last time I was here playing was during the quarterfinals of 2011 World Cup against Australia. What a fantastic night that was. 2023 World Cup in India is a big moment for India. And I know for sure that people from India and people traveling from different parts of the globe are going to make this event a special one for all the players here. Really looking forward to it.
We'll come back to it. 1-2-1 for 4.
New Rio Double Chocolate. 2 chocolates की double treat.
Panther Tides level ही हो रहा है.
शेखू स्टील टेस्टेड है.
अब मेरे घर पर लेज ही नहीं है तो मैच कैसे देख सकते हैं?
मिल गए लेज.
हर पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यू फोन कर रहा है एम्पावर. रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले.
Reading a book or those kind of things, but it's quite natural that people, wherever you go, people are going to talk about the World Cup and certain big matches which will have more eyeballs than usual. One cannot help it. I mean, it's important to just have the right mindset. I remember in 2011, we actually had this point to discuss during our pre-tournament preparation. And the thought was we have to imagine that billion plus people are with us and not sitting on top of our head. It is all about the direction of the pressure. If the pressure is going to be on your shoulders, you're going to sink down slowly but surely. If the pressure is with you, then there are not many forces who can stop billion plus people coming that direction.
And as you bring all that experience to the fore, the situation of the match, I'd love to get the situation in the context of this game as you've seen it so far.
I thought up front, if I have to compare both fast bowlers, Trent Boult and Matt Henry, Trent Boult was looking to swing the ball, whereas Matt Henry was very much straight in that channel. And he was getting movement off the pitch. And I felt this particular pitch, more than the swing that you get in the air, bit of movement off the pitch in that channel is more difficult to handle.
Is that pitch map, Sachin, that you're talking about with Matt Henry to right-handers and how often he's been in that channel and that good length? I thought, I agree with you, brilliant.
Yes, Raj.
I think Glenn Phillips will dive at anything. 1-2-5 for 4.
सर्विस कहाँ है? सर्विस ही दो. ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी?
पाकिस्तान जितने खाने बनाता है, नया ब्राइट उतने ही दाग मिटाता है.
क्योंकि नए ब्राइट का बेस्ट एवर फॉर्मूला गहराई से दाग निकाले.
पाकिस्तानी में बाबर जैसी ना रुकने वाली इस पावर को यूफोन कर रहा है एम्पावर। रुतबा पर है धाड़ ले।
चाय चाहिए कौन सी जना, लिप्टन ही तो है, लिप्टन पीजिए।
When he gave runs.
It's Santner.
Well, Matt Henry has picked up the wicket of Dawid Malan. He just worked away at him around about off stump. And finally, Malan got cast a wee bit. He was frustrated, even early in the innings. He wanted to get the better of Matt Henry. He couldn't do it out of that consistent line and length. And in the end, a pretty thick edge through to Tom Latham.
Yeah.
I guess now we're almost at the halfway stage session. We're thinking 126 for 4. What are we thinking is a set-up score all of a sudden?
Beautiful, that's Santner.
There's still about 24 overs to go after this, and from a batter's point of view, I would be thinking that if I can build some partnership right now, runs are going to come. I feel with 5 fielders in the ring, spinners end up bowling defensive line at times. New Zealand doing the right thing right now by having 6 fielders in the ring and forcing the batter to take chances, which is the ideal thing to do right now. But I still feel if they are able to build a partnership here, England will get to close to 300.
Yes, Mitchie. Yes, Mitchie.
Love to get some thoughts from both of you across the next over, maybe as to the evolution of the game and what has encouraged that mindset. Santner's been outstanding, bowling at the stumps for the most part. 128 for 4.
कितने चाहिए बॉस?
सब दे दो, सर्विस है, झट से बिकता है।
पाकिस्तान का सबसे ज्यादा बिकने वाला मोटरसाइकिल टायर, ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी।
Super.
अब मेरे घर पर लेज ही नहीं है तो मैच कैसे देख सकते हैं?
मिल गए लेज।
चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, बाल रहे फिंगर कोम रेडी with Palmolive Naturals shampoo.
But you talk about the evolution of the game. For me, it's about attitude. It's about the attitude of the players that is changing and trying to move the game forward at a greater rate. Of course, T20 cricket has helped people to have confidence to be more aggressive. But for me, it's an attitude thing.
Correct. It's the attitude, but also at the same time, I feel the changes in the rules of the game has encouraged players to think differently. Of course, T20 format, because of that, players are thinking differently. They are more innovative. They're taking more chances. They're backing themselves because they are practicing those shots in the nets.
Very good. Very, very good from Joe Root.
Because the players are practicing those shots in the nets, they are backing themselves to go out and execute those shots in the middle. And what is also helping at the same time is the restrictions to have 5 fielders in the ring, where spinner has to bowl semi-defensive line and not experiment too much, because there is always one side open. You got to have either a mid-wicket in the ring, deep mid-wicket in the ring, or a mid-on or a long-off. Somebody has to be in the ring, which gives an opportunity for batters to score runs in boundaries. I also feel where the use of the 2 new balls has kind of eliminated reverse swing from ODI cricket.
We'll come back to more of that discussion. 1-3-5 for 4.
पाकिस्तान का सबसे ज्यादा बिकने वाला मोटरसाइकिल टायर ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी
एक और कप चाय टपाल दानेदार
New Rio Double Chocolate. 2 chocolates की double treat.
When craving meets fun.
Santner again. What about favourite World Cup memories? Such a big tournament, still a very special tournament. You two would have clashed against each other.
Lovely then, Seth.
A number of special World Cup memories. I would rate the one in 2003 against Pakistan that we played at the Centurion. Was possibly the most hyped up game that I've ever been part of. I clearly remember my friends telling me literally a year before we played. I thought we played on the 1st of March in 2003 at the Centurion. And my friends had started telling me just almost a year before that come what may, we have to win that game. Whatever happens in the rest of the tournament is fine. We don't think like that. We go out to win each and every match. We want to go out there to win the tournament. But that was a thing. I mean, while driving to the ground, I remember fans from Pakistan as well as India on both sides of the bus cheering for respective teams. It was a surreal moment. I thought the atmosphere was incredible. And then the goosebump feeling is when you go inside the stadium, sing the national anthem. It's a special feeling.
Oh.
Things just dribbling along at the moment. 1-3-9 for 4.
सर्विस कहाँ है? सर्विस ही दो ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी
शेखू स्टील टेस्टेड है
चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए बाल रहे फिंगर कोम रेडी विद पाम ऑलिव नेचुरल्स शैम्पू बालों को बनाए इतना स्मूथ और मैनेजेबल कि आप करें बस फिंगर कोम
सब्ज रंग छा गया मंजिल
Remember watching that, indeed it was special. We'll get a throwback, Sachin, in the end to that 96 World Cup. Nice from Josh Buttler. It's an area that he's so very strong. Down the ground. Brilliant.
He's been waiting for the sling. He knows he can't really afford to get out at this point because 5 down after 26 overs is not part of England's plan, but he also knows that that kind of length can't go unpunished, and it is right in the slot for a very fine player. Ravindra knew it as soon as he saw him get into the action of that lofted drive. There was only going to be one result.
could be a couple of runs. What do you remember, Sachin, about that 96 World Cup?
'96 World Cup, again a big moment, because I remember in 1987 I was a ball boy. At the very ground we saw that we were playing against Australia, and in '96 to actually be a part of Indian team playing against Australia was a fantastic feeling. I've always dreamt of playing the World Cup and winning the World Cup, because that is where in 1983 my journey started, and I started chasing my dream. Took me a while to hold that trophy in my hands, but the best part was I never lost hope.
I felt your wrath in that 96 World Cup very early in the tournament as well. Top-edged one, and our keeper, sorry Smithy, no offence, our wicket-keeper stood under it and didn't lay a glove on it. And that was the last time we saw any chance. The great man went to work, Sachin Tendulkar, leading run scorer of that 96 World Cup. More from Sachin and Ian Smith. 150 comes up, 150 for 4.
पाकिस्तान का सबसे ज्यादा बिकने वाला मोटरसाइकिल टायर, ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी।
Big Freen Super.
चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, बाल रहे फिंगर कोम रेडी विद पाम ऑलिव नेचुरल शैम्पू। बालों को बनाए इतना स्मूथ और मैनेजेबल कि आप करें बस फिंगर कोम।
पाकिस्तान जितने खाने बनाता है, नया ब्राइट उतने ही दाग मिटाता है।
क्योंकि नए ब्राइट का बेस्ट एवर फॉर्मूला गहराई से दाग निकाले।
सब्ज रंग छा गया, मंजिल तक पहुंचा गया. Now available online. Pakistan Cables, trusted, not to compromise.
Enjoy the yummy chicken spread in classic, barbecue and fajita flavors.
शेखू स्टील टेस्टेड है।
Big Freen Super.
अब मेरे घर पर लेज ही नहीं है तो मैच कैसे देख सकते हैं?
मिल गए लेज।
There was, and out of 21 bats, there was only one that I liked the most, which I played with for almost 2 years. And I used to take that bat every day back to the room and repair the bat, glue it properly, and then bring it to the ground and use the same bat. I was not interested in using any other bat. So before the game, I'm actually trying to fix another bat, change the shape of the bat. I'm quite fussy when it comes to equipment, especially bats. And then I'm simultaneously talking to myself. I'm saying, why am I wasting my energy before an important game? And actually, we bat first in that game, and I'm using my match bat. I've played a full-blooded square cut, and Paul Collingwood stops the ball at point. He's literally had a cup of tea, and then he stopped the ball, and I had middled the ball. And that's when I felt so sad. I said, it's time for this bat to go back to the dressing room. And the one that I was repairing before the game, thinking that I would never use that bat, I end up using that bat, and I got 100 in that game.
So you can never tell about what is favorite and what is not favorite. Bats have changed over the course of time.
The bats have surely changed. I mean, I can talk about the 90s that I played with certain bats, and then towards the end of my career, the quality of equipment had changed. And bat being the most important thing has for surely changed big time.
So Simon Dills just brought up a good point, and we'll talk about it in the next over, and I want you to prepare for this. You had the pads. You had the unique pads. So we'll come back to that after this ball and talk about equipment, because you had those signature pads that you used in Test cricket and you used in one-day cricket. I need to ask you about that. It's 155 for 4 here after 28 overs.
सर्विस कहाँ है? सर्विस ही दो. ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी?
चाय चाहिए कौन सी जगह? लिप्टन ही तो है, लिप्टन पीजिए.
New Rio Double Chocolate. दो chocolates की double treat.
When craving meets fun, Chocobliss, enjoy flavors of happiness.
चाहे कुछ
leg guards. Though the ball bounced quite a bit off the pads, but I was used to that shape. I tried playing with normal pads. It did not work for me. It changed my stance. The way I rested my left hand on the left leg guard, that position was slightly different, and I thought in my stance I was collapsing a bit. And when I went back to my morons, it was comfortable again.
Yashasvi Jaiswal uses very similar pads these days still.
Yeah, I've seen Yashasvi using those leg guards. I think those leg guards are very light. And something that I felt comfortable with was the shape of those leg guards. Though the padding was occasionally not enough, I got hit on my knee, and then that's a fabulous shot. I would just look at his shape. He's not looked to slog the ball. He's just held the shape beautifully and went through with his swing. It wasn't a wild swing. It was only after he had picked the length. Buttler is always going to be dangerous in these situations, especially when you have mid-on and mid-off up in the ring. You pitch the ball up in his zone, it's going to go.
Partnership has now gone to 45. He's starting to get into gear, and Joe Root has just gone about doing his thing. Ian Smith 48 to it.
I think Joe Root is looking at batting a long time in this innings. I think they both recognise that they should get 300 on this pitch, but if they get out, they won't. It's as simple as that. At some point, New Zealand have to break this. They have to break this partnership. They've been picking up wickets on a regular basis. They need one now, otherwise big total looming.
There's a lot of talk about Joe Root's form since that last ICC Men's ODI World Cup. 3 half centuries for Joe Root since that last World Cup. Want to thank Sachin for being here with us and for regaling us with these stories. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, absolute pleasure being here.
I'm sure the world has enjoyed this as well. The great Sachin Tendulkar, 165 for 4.
पाकिस्तान का सबसे ज्यादा बिकने वाला मोटरसाइकिल टायर, ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी।
New Rio Double Chocolate. दो chocolates की double treat.
शेखू स्टील टेस्टेड है।
चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, बाल रहे फिंगर कोम रेडी विद पाम ऑलिव नेचुरल्स शैम्पू। बालों को बनाए इतना स्मूथ और मैनेजेबल कि आप करें बस फिंगर कोम।
अब मेरे घर पर लेज ही नहीं है तो मैच कैसे देख सकते हैं?
मिल गए लेस।
आपस की गर्मा गर्मी अपनी जगह और शूट से वापसी पे रहबर के हॉटपॉट जो खाने को रखे देर तक गर्म। रहबर फ्रॉम द हाउस ऑफ ईगल स्टार।
Here in Ahmedabad. Root and Buttler just changing gloves and taking on some refreshment. You can see the shirts clinging to their torsos. Very important partnership. One that New Zealand will be desperate to break. Buttler is 30 and Joe Root is one away from another 50. Doesn't get it through, despite the fumble. At times Josh Buttler has struggled a little bit for timing, not on that occasion. He's such a sweet striker of the ball. Beautiful swing of the bat over long off. It's indicative though, I would say, Simon Doull and Owen Morgan, that New Zealand desperately want to get rid of one of these two, that they've brought Trent Boult back now.
Yeah, it hasn't been his best day either. Trent Boult to start well. He's reverted to quite a few slower balls of late. That one, the last delivery down at 120, so taking pace off on a regular occasion.
Into the leg side, that'll take Root 250. Nice applause from this crowd here in Ahmedabad. He's been slightly short of runs of late in 50 over white ball cricket for his high standards, but he's got an excellent start now.
Yeah, he's played wonderfully so far, and to kick off his tournament a half century, he is not done yet. The quality of the player and the quality of the man will mean on the big stage of a World Cup he will want to deliver.
Good over here from Trent Boult though, just that single that took Joe Root to 50. One ball remaining in his 7th, and the innings is 30th. Good stuff from Boult. 166 for 4.
सर्विस कहाँ है? सर्विस ही दो। ग्रिप सर्विस जैसी तो फिक्र कैसी।
Big Friends Super.
एक कप और है कितनों का बहाना, एक कप और तुम है एक और कप चाय,
मैं एक और कप चाय, टपाल दानेदार।
पाकिस्तान जितने खाने बनाता है, नया ब्राइट उतने ही दाग मिटाता है।
क्योंकि नए ब्राइट का बेस्ट एवर फॉर्मूला गहराई से दाग निकाले।
अब मेरे घर पर लेज ही नहीं है तो मैच कैसे देख सकते हैं?
मिल गए लेस।
fragrances for him and her. By Bonanza Satrangi.
Oh, he tried to go and scoot that down to third. There is a man placed down there. It's Ravindra, and he got himself in a bit of a pickle.
Well, it's a shot that we've seen Joe Root execute so well, particularly of late. Just gets caught in two minds. Isham and Root have a little chuckle about it. Interesting shot because he just tries to get it over the keeper's head. One leg, third, our back.
Beautifully timed, beats extra cover, outfield is fast. Lovely from England's captain Jos Buttler.
Beautiful timing here from England's skipper. The outfield is absolutely lightning fast. Just beats extra cover a couple of metres. New Zealand continuing to mix it up. The cross seam delivery, the odd wobble seam.
Doesn't beat backward point. Had he done so, there was no third in place, and that would have gone away for four. But put us, Morgs, into the captain's mindset here for Latham, and later on it'll be Jos Buttler. When you're trying to juggle the bowlers, how many are available, where you're trying to go, how do you work all that out?
Oh, I think he's done a magnificent job so far today, barring this partnership so far, which is 53 from 55, Buttler and Root. You would say that he has created opportunities, not necessarily through his best bowlers, but through changing the bowlers up. Rachin Ravindra taking the prize wicket of Harry Brook early on. He has marshalled his troops really well. Still has a long way to go. England will be targeting upwards of 300. You have to be thinking wickets. Wickets at every stage, and he'll know in the back of his head, two right-handers at the crease at the moment. He probably can't go to Phillips right here and now. So it means a bigger role for Neesham and Ravindra, which are still really good options. Ravindra's figures so far probably don't reflect his contribution. Also some bad deliveries to Harry Brook. 3 in a row, and the fourth wasn't much more different. Just poor execution. When you look at the rest of the overs he has to bowl, 4 left of his allocation of 10 in ODI cricket. You'd say you'd try and ride this confidence.
Doesn't beat extra cover. There was space behind that man, but Buttler couldn't find the gap. 171 for 4.
Panther Tides level ही हो रहा है.
Yeah.